Good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady, morning.
Nelly Sira, please place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 3rd of August, 2022, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mchover.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, Ms. Shole.
Good morning.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Ma'am, uyakhumbula ke ukuthi usaphansi kwesifungo sokhuluma iqiniso angithi? Yeah, ma'am. Confirms, my lady.
You may proceed, Ms. Badlenda.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Mchover.
Good morning, counsel.
Ms. Mchover, you'll remember that yesterday when we stopped, we were at page 587.
Uyakhumbula ukuthi izolo nigcine ku page 587.
I'm going to ask you to go back. Ask you to go back to that page, please.
Uyela khona futhi, ma'am.
Okay. Are you there?
Usufikile,
Yes,
ma'am?
counsel.
Okay.
Correct, sorry.
Thank you. Now, what I'm going to do now, and I'm mindful of time, I don't want to unduly prolong this, but if you look at this document, there are a few things that I need to refer you to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read some of the contents of the document and then give you an opportunity to respond. Do you understand?
Uthi uzofunda ke okuthile kuleyo documents and then emva kokuthi afundile bese akunikeza ithuba lokuthi uphawule kukho angithi. Uzwile sisi?
Okay.
Understood.
And then if just so that you know, the document can be turned if you click on view and then rotate left or right.
Uthi nawuklika ku view ungakwazi ukuyijikisa uyirotateise ku left noma ku right ngendlela oyifuna ngayo angithi.
Yeah.
Uzwile sisi? Yes, understood.
Thank you. All right. So now look in the third column on page 587.
587, third column. Bheka lapho, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll see halfway through where we stopped. I'm going to read you a section and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Okay. You'll remember that we're talking about Attridgeville, your precious angels at Attridgeville. Okay.
Uyakhumbula ke ukuthi nigcine nikhuluma nge-precious angels ese-Attridgeville angithi.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. It says size of the house does not allow them to use long beds. You remember we talked about cot beds yesterday?
Izolo uyakhumbula nikhulume ngama-cot beds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
The house is too small for the purpose, not suitable to accommodate users.
Uzwile ke lapho bathi indlu incane ayikho suitable uku-accommodate ama-users.
The environment inside and outside not clean. There was urine smell in the house.
Kuthiwa ke ngaphandle nangaphakathi environment yayo ibingekho clean ibinuka umchamo.
The window curtains falling, not properly hanged.
Amakhethini sengahengwanga kahle enganikwanga kahle.
No burglar proofs.
Ngekho ama-burglar proofs.
Some floor tiles were loose.
Amanye ama-tiles phansi bebelusi.
The house is too cold, no heaters.
Yabanda kakhulu indlu ayinama-heater.
And then I'm going to just move down a few lines. One toilet for staff and users.
Ke kube ne-toilet eyi-1 for i-staff nama-users e-facility.
Though most of users are on nappies.
And then uthi kunjalo kodwa ama-users amaningi asebenzisa ama-nappies.
All right. Do you have any response to what I've just read you?
Fana ungaphawula kulokho oceda ukufunda sisi.
Huh.
No.
No response. Is that an accurate description?
Just a second there. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, would you say that that is an accurate description of the house in Attridgeville?
Bayichaze ngendlela right leyo nje yase-Attridgeville. Now showing assist.
Ngingasho ukuthi in terms laba kuthiwa bekunuka khona babakhona abantu abaklinayo.
Where they
Isebenza
said it was
isebenza.
smelling. What I can say is that there were people who were cleaning.
Come again. I want to hear you, Mrs.
Where-
Interpreter.
Where
Yes.
they said it was smelling. There were people cleaning.
Okay, continue.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to take you to the fifth column, the last column on the end of that page. The first, can you see the first bit of writing in the last column? It says, the director was telephonically informed about the condition of the facility.
Uzwile ke sisi la ifunde khona, I will not be able ukutolikela yonke into. I do not have the document with me to read from
I
and
understand.
interpret.
I'm so sorry. I thought you had it in front of you. I'll
You
go
don't have
show
that, Nelly Siwe?
Yes, Judge.
Why don't you assist the witness?
Judge,
I thought
can't
yesterday you.
display-
Come
Judge,
again?
if it's displayed on the screen, it will interfere with the YouTube recordings.
Okay, but you said the other day that that interpreter had access to case line, remember?
Yes, Judge, because he's
Why is it difficult? Can you hear me? Why is it difficult for this one to have access to case line?
she's
Don't you
not
have
familiar.
access to case line?
I do have access, but she's not familiar to use case lines. The
But you can
previous,
assist her, isn't it? Are you not next to her?
I am, Judge. It's just going to interfere with the recording and myself being on the screen. It's going to interfere with the recordings.
Yeah, but we have been displaying this on the screen. So how is it going to affect the YouTube and other things?
Judge, when I control the case line viewing and sharing, it interferes with the YouTube recording. And that is what I was told by
Okay.
the people that are controlling the YouTube.
But then the display on the screen, is it not better to do it than to bother you with other things?
It's better now if a third person is doing it because the current interpreter is not familiar with case lines and changing and looking for page numbers.
Okay, that's
The
fine. Can
previous
we ask
interpreter
someone
was
to assist
able-
you? No, it's fine. You are not doing anything. Can we ask someone, as we previously did, to display it
Yes,
on
my lady.
It's
the screen?
displayed, Judge. Yes,
Okay,
it's
thank
displayed
you.
on the screen at the moment.
So then it's not going to interfere with you.
No, Judge.
Okay,
lady.
thank you. Can we proceed then?
Yes, thank you, my lady. I've also asked Ms. Stevenson just to check on YouTube, and she's confirmed that it's fine. If she displays the document, YouTube seems to be fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes,
Judge,
you can proceed.
Can it be zoomed so that the interpreter can read it?
Yes, they will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. Ms. Interpreter, can you see that paragraph?
Now.
This is
On the
now
right.
just a second. Let me also go there. Yes, where is it? You said at the bottom, the fifth column.
It's the words that start, the director was telephonically informed, on the right-hand side of the page, my lady. I see Mr. Pitlela has his hand
Let me
up.
just have my, I don't think the one that is displayed is the previous one. Let me just go to my page.
It's page 587.
Yes, I'm there. 587, okay.
587, it's the last column on the right-hand side. My lady, before I ask the question, I see Mr. Pitlela has his hand up.
Just a second. I'll be with you, Mr. Pitlela. Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
Thank you, my lady, and apologies to the learned senior counsel for interrupting the cross-examination. My lady, the issue that I have is with this document in particular. I seem to recall that on the 9th of February, the witness who had compiled this document.
Can just a second, can the witness step aside, please?
The witness who compiled this document considered under cross-examination that she was not properly delegated to even conduct these inspections. So I don't know why we are attaching veracity to it now and asking this witness to confirm things that appear in this document.
Yes, Ms. Badeland.
My lady, the questions I'm asking Ms. Ngube are in her personal knowledge. I've put something to her, and it's of a house that she owned, that she operated, and that she's already testified about. She's already given evidence when Mr. Pitlela was leading her about what she had and didn't have, what she had to obtain from families and through loans. And what this document shows is that various of the things she's already given evidence about were evident to Department of Health officials. Now, I don't recall, and I've asked my team to just remind me about whether this document was declared inadmissible for some reason. But to my recollection, it wasn't declared inadmissible, and certainly the contents are within her knowledge. So with all due respect, this is already things she's testified about, and it's within her particular knowledge.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela, or if there is anyone else who wants to.
And sorry, my lady, and may I just add, Ms. Ngube, at the beginning of the evidence in relation to this document, confirmed that she was present at this inspection. She confirmed that she was the manager. So, there's really nothing objectionable about it in my view, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela?
Yeah, because to me, my lady, the fact of the matter is this document in particular was compiled by a person who had no authority to compile this document. And now we are attaching veracity to it. Fine, we can say that the witness, it falls within her knowledge and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, you are giving credence to this document because now you are limiting her to what is contained in this document instead of asking her an open-ended question, which she can then answer. Because you are putting it as if this document, what is contained in here is the gospel, which is not. That is the point of being objectionable. And the second point will then be relevant. How is the fact that the premises did not have this or that pertinent to the issue of determining how these people died and also what caused their deaths? Because to me, then it goes there. We are taking the long way around and we're going to be here all day.
Just on the last part, Ms. Bandland, relating to the issue of causation.
My lady, on the question of relevance, I would have thought it's immediately apparent. As your lady will see during the course of my cross-examination, at least 3 of the patients who died at Precious Angels, the pathologists and Dr. Talatala gave evidence that those patients were emaciated, they were incredibly thin, they had lost a huge amount of weight in the short period of time they were there, they were dehydrated, there were reactions that Dr. Talatala attributed to a lack of medication. So all of these things, and there were pressure sores, all of these things relate to the conditions in which they were kept. And all of those things I've just mentioned were also related to the cause of death, according to Dr. Talatala and Dr. Onoya. That evidence is already before the court. And Ms. Ngube with all due respect, she has a right to be given an opportunity to tell this court what her response is as the person responsible for the center. So the relevance is immediately apparent, my lady, I would submit. On the question of what we've previously decided on this document, perhaps Mr. Pitlela can give us a reference in the transcript for where there may have been a ruling on this document. But as I say, I'm not talking about whether the person that made this document was authorized to do it. I'm asking Ms. Mchover, who was present on that day, to just respond.
When
if she
the
wants
inspection was done.
Yes, and if she doesn't want to respond, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pitlela, do you want to reply now on this last part so that the court can make a ruling?
My lady, on
just
this
on
document,
the issue of relevance that you have just raised.
Indeed so, my lady. As the learned senior counsel has defined it properly now, it even goes further into the issue of the relevance of this document. If we are talking about being emaciated and being dehydrated, that has an issue to do with food. It has an issue to do with nutrition. It's got nothing to do with whether the premises had 10 toilets or 1 toilet and so on and so forth. We have not had any evidence that says somebody died because they got a secondary infection at an NGO due to those conditions at the NGO. We are only told about the fact that there was no food, with the witnesses already considered to say she had problems with food because she wasn't getting paid. So I don't see where this document is taking us. If it was dealing with the issue of food and nutrition, then I would understand the reasoning. But now that it seems we are just fishing now.
Without any waste of time, I'm going to allow this question just to assess where Ms. Bandelender is heading. Thank you. The question is allowed. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. I don't see the witness, my lady.
And she will come back. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Mchover. The comment I was taking to you on the document, if Ms. Stevenson could just put it back up for us on page 587. I'll just give her a minute to get it to the right place. There we go. Thank you. Now, the comment there says the director was telephonically informed about the condition of the facility and recommendations were to move users to another suitable facility ASAP.
Yabona-ke iparagraph elandelayo kuyachaza lapho ukuthi udirector bamazisa ngesimo saleyo facility basebenza ama-recommendations ukuthi ama-users bawakhiphe babayise kwenye futhi facility suitable as soon as possible.
Now, I know that you won't know whether or not the director was in fact telephonically informed, but are you aware, was there any decision made to close or move the users to another facility after you had this meeting with the department or this visit from the department?
Emuva kokuthi i-department ivakashile kuleyo ndawo bazoyibheka, wena ngolwazi lwakho ingabe ikhona izinyathelo nama-recommendations ayenziwa ngokuthi bamuviwe abantu kuleyo facility noma uthi uya-understand ukuthi ngale ye-telephone angeke ube nolwazi ukuthi ngempela udirector bamshayela ucingo noma cha, kodwa-ke ngolwazi lwakho baye bawenza na amahlelo okushintsha noma basusa ama-users endaweni?
Okokuqala baye ba-assessa indawo bayi-approve noma bekuyi-emergency yokuthi kusizwe i-anchor house ngaleya mixture yama-patients.
At first, they assessed the place, they approved it because there was an emergency of assisting anchor house. Bayincede ngani anchor house?
Ukumuva ama-users wabafazi.
There was an agency to move the female users.
Okay.
That is,
And then
you are now
obviously
talking about, just a second, you are now talking about, I think the interpreter didn't capture that, the moving the female patients. they were addressing this emergency. Was it the issue of Anchor House?
Uthe Anchor
ma'am.
House engaged. Yes.
Okwesibili baye ba okwesibili baye ba imibhede the time kuze uDr. Lengwane no Mesinelo baye
And then
babona ukuthi imibhede kumele kutholakale emikhulu wa-arrange-iwa nohana ukuthi
Mana lapho. And then secondly, regarding the beds, when Dr. Nkwane, not Dr. Bani,
Mesinelo
and Messinello came, they saw the beds and then they made by
baye bafonela uhana then wa-confirm ukuthi ngizolanda imibhede e-Steve Biko emikhulu.
They made arrangements regarding the bed and phoned Hannah, who then said, I must come to Steve Biko and come fetch the big beds.
Waba futhi ngasho ukuthi like amalinen yashoda ngoba besingaka thunyelwa amalinen from Anchor House uma beza from that emergency.
We also did not have enough linen because when they were sent from Anchor House with that emergency, there was not enough linen sent.
Umisana wasithumela eJoburg ukuthi uyothola sibhala ama-proposal socela amanye ama-linen kwesinye isibhedlela.
Sent us to Joburg and said we must also write proposals requesting for linen from another hospital.
And then
Yes.
After EMEC seyizile kula bathe bazothola kumele simuve wonke ama-patients ase-Musalo nase-Danville to the bigger place.
Then after the MEC had arrived, it's then that they said we must move the users. Ama-users akuphi nakuphi, ma'am? Danville,
E-Atteridgeville nase-Danville.
Danville, and Atteridgeville.
Okay, Ms. Ngube, this investigation or this visit was done on the 20th of July, which we talked about when we started this document, and you'll see it on page 588. So the visit was done on the 20th of July, and as I understood it, you collected the patients, the female patients from Anchor on the 29th of July. So it's after this visit. Do you recall that?
There was a lengthy paragraph, Council. Can you?
Sorry, let me. My apologies. Ms. Ngube, this investigation was done on the 20th of July, 2016.
The visit.
This visit, sorry, my apologies.
The visit lena bathi yenziwe ngomhla 20 July 2016.
And the date on which you collected female patients from Anchor was. Go ahead.
It date or collect female users from Anchor. It date yakona iti.
The 29th of July 2016.
29 July 2016.
After.
Kwenzeke emuva kwe-visit.
But I understand your evidence and what you, because you've previously given the same evidence.
Kodwa ke uyabuzisisa ubufakazi bakho ngoba ubusubuthulile lobo bufakazi esikhathini esedlule.
Okay, let's keep moving. Ms. Ngube, if you look just below where it said director, give me 1 minute. If you look at the bottom of page 587, it says, yes, I think Ms. Stevenson was there. So it says Mr. Mchover will assist in the last comment, if you could zoom in on that. Okay. Now you'll see on the left-hand side of the page, it says patient care, poor.
Yabona laphayana ke kubhalwe ukuthi patient care babhala poor.
Yebo.
And it
Yes, I see
says,
this.
thank you. And it says three care workers found standing next to beds.
Bese iyasho ke ukuthi ama-chemicals amathathu atholwe eme eduze kwemibhede.
Saying they are observing the users.
Bethi ke besa observe babuke ama-users.
And then I want you to look at the last paragraph on the right-hand side of the page. Mr. Mchover will assist.
Yabona le paragraph eqala ngo-Mr. Mchover will assist
in compiling the files and educate the care workers.
ke Mr. Mchover uzonceda ke ngokucompile ama-files nokufundisa noma uku-educate ama-care workers.
On how to write progress reports of users.
Bebafundisa ke ukuthi babhale kanjani ama-progress reports ama-users.
And then I'm going to read you one more sentence. It goes over the page. Training on basic care is needed urgently.
Bese yabhala ke laphayana ukuthi training on basic care iyadingeka, it's needed urgently.
And it says finally, continuous support and monitoring will be provided by both the district and MHD staff.
Bese yaqhubekeka ke lapho ke ukuthi continuous support iphaswa kuzodama nokunikezelwa ne-monitoring izonikezelwa i-MHD staff ne-district.
Okay, my question to you is this. In light of what I've just read you, did your staff take, did they write progress reports or did they take notes on each patient?
Ke umbuzo ke ukuthi ngabe staff sakho besibhala ama-progress reports noma besithatha ama-notes ngayo yonke i-patient.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi bebabhala ama-notes and bonke labo engibacashile i-certificate zabo ziyasho ukuthi batrainiwe ku-home based care and bebasebenza kuma-home.
What I know is that they took down notes, and all of those that I had hired, they had received training on basic home-based care.
So where are those notes?
Bakuphi manje labo?
Where are those notes?
Ama-notes lawo akuphi manje?
Okay, the time uma bengithola i-life threatening ngisa i-evidence yami e-SIU ngathatha wonke ama-file ngawayisa.
At the time when I received life threats, I took uthathe wonke ama-files wayisa
SIU.
I took all the files to SIU. Yebo.
Wonke ama-file wa-capture khona.
And all the files were captured there.
Banginikeza i-copy i-CD ephethe ama-record lawo.
And they gave me a CD that contained those records.
Well, I find that an interesting answer, Ms. Mchover, because look at just on that page, look at the third column. It's displayed on the page now. It says team of physiotherapists.
It's a team of physiotherapists.
But no records in user files.
But no records in user files.
There are no legal documents. Nothing is recorded about users' progress.
No legal documents, progress of my users.
Do you have a response to that?
Previously, there was a screen display. Ngathi bebabhale i-record progress user.
Last time there was something displayed on the screen and it showed a record of a user And I was asked, Babuza,
Bangibuza ukuthi bekubhale mina ngasho ukuthi cha mhlawumbe abasebenzi ebebabhalile.
and then I was asked if I was the one who wrote it. And my answer there too was no, it could have been one of the workers or the workers who
Okay,
wrote.
there is a hand here. Mr. Pichel.
Thank you, my lady. On page 7882 to 7903.
7882.
Yes, to 7903.
Come again, 2?
7903.
Yes.
There are
Can the
clinical
witness
records.
step aside, please? Yes.
There are clinical records.
There you are, Ms. Bandlender.
Thank you. I'm just having a look at what Mr. Pitlela has referred me to, because the clinical records include things from Kalafong, and they weren't exactly what I had in mind, but if you wouldn't mind just bearing with me for 1 minute, my lady.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, my lady, I'm happy for the witness to come back. I haven't looked at all of the documents, but I'm happy to ask her a question based on this.
Okay, that's fine. Can the witness come back? Mr. Late. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ngube. Your legal representative has referred us to some clinical records, which I've had a look at.
Clinical records bewabhekile.
To me, from a quick look, they look like hospital records and not records from your staff.
Futhi kuyena ke lokho kubukeka njengama-hospital records, akubukeki njengama-records e-staff zabo.
But I'd like to ask you a different question.
Yes.
Uzobuza umbuzo.
When you took patients from Precious Angels to hospital, did you take their records that your staff had kept with you to give to the hospital?
Unangabe ke ususa ama-users akho uwasusa e-Precious Angels uwayisa esibhedlela, ingabe ubuhamba uthatha nalama-records awenziwe i-staff sakho?
Ama-record ifayile besihamba nayo.
The file that we had with us, we took it along.
Okay, thank you. I will come back to that in due course when we look at the individual deceased.
Sazobuya ke futhi kulokho.
Now, Ms. Ngube, the document that we were going through, which is still up on the screen, moves on and it talks at the bottom of page 588 about the next house, Danville. You see that?
Laphayana kuqhubekela ke ngendlu elandelayo ese-Danville, uyabona lokho?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
And if you turn the page at 589,
Yabo page 589.
it says at the top on column 3, general appearance of the building well built. It is a double-story building. You see that?
Uyabona ke la ichaza khona ke ukuthi building yakhe ke kahle i-double story building. Uyabona lokho me?
Yeah.
Yes, I see this.
And then there's a record about redundant furniture in the yard.
Khona lapho bephawula khona ke nge-redundant furniture elaphayana ejarathini.
I want you to look under patient care.
Uthi buka ke laphayana phansi kuka-patient care.
I'm going to read you this paragraph and give you an opportunity to respond. Users were all found sleeping in bed, other bed with no sheets.
Yeah, ama-users atholwe elele embhedeni, eminye imibhede ingenawo amashiti,
Blankets not enough.
ingubo zinganelanga,
There was urine smell in other dormitories.
amanye ama-dormitories bekunuka umchamo,
Care workers found busy attending to users.
thola ama-care workers busy nekelela ama-users.
Quality of patient care need to improve. Toilets are enough.
Futhi kodwa-ke izinga lokunakekelwa kwama-patient kumele lithi improve, ama-toilets anele.
Do you have any comment on that?
Khona ungakuphawula ngalokho?
Indabeni yomnuko angizwisisi kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi bebaphila ngama-diapers. Every time.
The part where they are mentioning the smell of urine, there I do not understand so very well. What I know is that they were using diapers. Yep.
And then indaba
Come again, Mrs.
Imibhede
Mrs. Shole, just a second. I didn't get your interpretation. I'm not that fully conversant with Zulu, but I can hear certain things. Can you help me there?
I do not
She said she
understand.
doesn't understand the issue of the smell, and then?
What I know is that they were using diapers.
Oh, okay. Continue.
And then indaba yemibhede ebe extra ebeyise imuva kwendlu besingasenamali enough yokuthi singayithwala siyise e-storeroom sasekalafong ngoba imali ebengiyithola bengimake sure ukuthi bathola ama-napkeni nokudla like izinto ezi-urgent.
Now, regarding the beds that were behind the house, we do not have enough money to can have the bed loaded to a storeroom because whatever money I had, I used to buy food, diapers, things that are of urgent need.
I heard you saying something about Kalafong, storeroom at Kalafong.
From Kalafong.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, continue.
All right. I want you to look at the last column to the right of that page, at about the same place in the page, midway through the page. It says training on basic care is needed urgently.
I see that.
Thank you. Now, I want you now to go to page 20423, please.
20423, yeah, little page.
Thank you. Right, you'll see that this is an audit checklist for community.
Audit checklist.
And it seems to be for Precious Angels houses 1 and 2.
Precious Angels house 1 and 2.
And the date of the visit is recorded as 28 July 2016.
Visit 28 July 2016.
So that it's 1 week after the last visit that we looked at. And on the first page under purpose, you'll see it says the MHD, that's the Mental Health Directorate, I believe, and West Corpies Hospital were mandated to pay visits and ensure patients' care standards.
I see that.
Okay. I want you to turn over to the next page, which is page 20424.
Page 20424, yeah, Lapo.
And I'm going to try and go as quickly as I can through this. I'm going to read something and give you an opportunity to respond. And just remember, it relates to houses 1 and 2. House 1 is recorded in the document as Danville, and house 2 is recorded as Attridgeville. Okay.
To house 1 Danville, house 2 kube Atteridgeville.
Yebo ma.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. At the top of page 20424, it says there are no recreational facilities for resident patients. And then if you look at the next bullet point, if you move down on the document, the number of rooms available is not enough for the patients. As a result, some beds are too close to each other. You see that?
Recreational facilities namibhedha bathi ayenelanga ama-users kuphela ukuthi imibhede esondelene kakhulu.
In house 1, the beds in the western wing were placed in such a way that the door could not be closed and the area is windy.
And then uyachaza laphana ku-house 1 ukuthi imibhede ibekwe kanjani ngendlela yokuthi umnyango bungakwazi ukuvaleka and then indaweni nomoya kakhulu.
Because of limited space, some patients, I've moved down one sentence. Because of limited space, some patients are confined to beds, whereas they could benefit from interacting with fellow other patients in the garden or communal area.
Esinganelanga ama-patients agcine engakwazi uku-interact-a kodwa bekuzoba ngcono uma ngabe bengakwazi ukuphumela egadini.
To move lower down in that document to bullet point number 5, it says there are not enough chairs and tables in the facility. There are not enough chairs and tables in the facility to cater for all the patients. You see that?
There are not enough chairs and tables for our patients. Sentence, ma'am. I see it.
I'm going to read you 2 more sections and I'll allow you to respond. The center has electricity, but have only cold running water. Any need for hot water is catered for with an electric urn.
I see that.
Okay. Now, would you like to respond to any of that? Does that sound accurate as an accurate description of both Danville and Atteridgeville?
Atteridgeville ne-Danville house.
Uma kuqalwa beku nama-cot beds washintshwa kwabekwa imibhede e-standard njengoba basi-assistile.
When it started, we were making use of cot beds, and then later there were standard beds. Yebo.
And then sathatha nama-pictures sathumela Dr. Manamela to show wonke ama-changes lawa bathe siwayenze ngayo imsalo.
We then took pictures that we sent to Dr. Manamela to show all the changes that they said must be done.
That was the second approval. Still kuyo yonke into eyenzekile.
That was a second approval to everything that happened.
What date was that? Were those pictures taken?
Ama-pictures lawo athathwe.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kulama-pictures engiwathumela ku-email engayithumela akhona kubhaliwe.
I think in the picture that I sent in the email, it is written there.
As far as I know, we don't have those photographs or the email that you referred to. So I'm just trying to understand when the pictures were taken and when the second approval was given.
Photos, email, second approval.
Ngingabuza u-advocate la ngabhala khona la ikhomba ama-picture wemibhedo ne-email engayithumela ku-Dr. Manamela.
Can you ask from Advocate Pichela, amongst the notes that I gave to him, there is where I wrote down the dates and
Ama-picture ne-email eyathunyelwa ku-Dr. Manamela ukukhomba ushintsho.
There is where I wrote down the pictures and the email that are showing the change.
All right. Well, we don't have that, and Advocate Mchover hasn't placed it on the record, but I would imagine he may want to deal with that when he questions you at the end.
Futhi ke abanakho lokho akakavezi kubona Advocate Mchover kodwa ke mhlambe ke uzothi nasekubuza imibuzo egcineni uzofika kubona.
All right, continue.
Now, if you look at the bottom of that page, it says, the second to last bullet point, it says there is no form of reliable patient identification as there are neither name tags nor identical clothing to identify the patients.
Kufanele ke lapho la kuthi akunayo indlela yokuba identify abanama name tags abana impahla efanayo. Ayinayo indlela reliable yokuba identify.
Yeah, bueno.
Did patients have identity tags on them, or how did you know their names?
Ngolwazi lakho ama patients bebenawo na ama tags anamagama abo. Bewazi ngamagama.
Noma bengasebenzi nabo kodwa bebathathe laba benama picture bebathatha ithombe zabo bazibeke embhedini la bahlala khona.
Even though even though I did not work with them, those that had pictures, they had their pictures on their beds, and they had also that were indicating their names as well.
Is there any reason you can think of why the people that were visiting didn't record that some people had photographs next to their beds with identification?
Ingabe uyazi ukuthi ingane abantu bengabhalanga ke laba belaphayana ukuthi abanye bama patients bebenawo ama photographs okukhombisa i-identity yabo ukuthi bangobani.
Mhlambe obviously ama caregiver yibo babawaziyo ngamagama ngoba basebenza ngabo on daily basis, unlike me.
Obviously, it will be the caregivers who know them by their names as they work with them daily, contrary to me.
Okay.
Yes, we are listening. Who's that?
All right, I heard your answer, Ms. Mube. I want you to keep moving down to page 20425.
Yeah, go page 20425.
Now, in the interest of time, there are many interesting things on this page. I'm not going to take you to everything. I want you to look at paragraph number 4.
Paragraph 4.
It's titled Stimulation, Therapeutic and Rehabilitation Program.
Stimulation, therapeutic and rehabilitation programs.
You'll see the first bullet point says there's currently no activity schedule for patients. Some staff members are trained in stimulation of children with special needs, and they improvise to adapt their skill for the adults.
Yeah,
I see that.
Then it says they also need assistance in back and pressure parts care for bedridden and spastic patients to avoid further complications of patients already admitted with pressure ulcers. See that?
Yeah,
I see that too.
And then if you look down to the last bullet point, well, the second to last says individual progress reports for each patient are not available. You see that?
Yeah,
I see that.
And the last bullet point says patients are kept indoors throughout the day and night. They don't get exposed to the outside environment.
I read that too.
Now, were patients, to your knowledge, you were in charge of Precious Angels, were patients kept just in their beds, or were they taken outside and elsewhere in the house?
Noma bekhishela ngaphandle azakhishele futhi kwezinye ingxenye zendlu.
Ngicela so ama caregiver onke bengiwatholile bane-certificate ese-home based care bebasebenza ema-home.
And caregivers that I had acquired, they all had certificates of home-based care. They had worked at homes. Yebo.
And then bekunama activities babakhiphela ngaphandle kunezithombe engazithumele nakho ku-advocate Phihlela zokukhomba ama-activities bewenziwa ngaphandle.
They were taking part in activities. They were taken outside. There are photos that are showing them taking part in activities outside. I gave
Kwaba
an advocate
nelanga kwaba
We have to
nelanga
have- Yes, just wait for the interpreter to finish and then you continue. You can continue now, that's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
kwaba nelanga na o-MEC nabo Dr. Manamela ne-crew yonke bezile babathole ngesikhathi vele sokuphumela ngaphandle.
There was also a day when the MEC and Dr. Manamela arrived at the place. They found the users at a time when they were outside, outdoors. It was time for them to be outside.
Continue.
Yeah, ma'am.
MEC visited much later, did she not, after deaths had started happening at Precious Angels?
Singabe kunjalo ukuthi MEC weza emuva kwesikhathi sekukhona abashonile ePrecious Angels, singabe kunjalo?
Yebo ma, ama-pictures ayakhomba it's different days. Nempahla abazigcokile, you can see ukuthi bekungasilelo langa kuphela. Now ama-caregiver, they would testify ukuthi ilanga labo bebalichitha kanjani nama-users.
The photos were taken on different days. They were showing different days, even in their clothes. They were showing that, and even the caregivers would also can also tell on how they spent the day with the patients or the users.
Well, the caregivers, Ms. Ngube, are not part of the witnesses before this process. That's for Mr. Late to answer about whether their evidence would have been relevant. But I'll let the translator translate.
Ke ama-caregivers wona awekho kwingxenye yabantu abazobiza njengofakazi, mhlawumbe ke lo ophathelene nalokho uzochaza esikhathini esizayo ukuthi kungabe kuyini kunjalo.
But ama-picture, they can be compared as well. Mangabe azakwazi ukusiza ngoba yonke into engiyenzile ngizamile ukuyibeka etafuleni ukukhomba konke esikwenzile.
But then the photos can be compared as well if they may be also of assistance, because I tried to lay everything on the table.
Yes, Mr. Phihlela will have to deal with that because none of us have those photographs. Now,
Mr. Phihlela?
My lady, if it will be of assistance, I can scan the photos and have advocate late upload them on the case line.
All right, you can, yes, you can arrange that with him if that can be of assistance, I hope, but let them continue with cross-examination.
Yes,
and these issues, if possible, you can deal with them during your later so-called re-examination, cross-examination. Thank you.
now, Ms. Ngube, thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, I've heard you twice now say today, which you didn't say yesterday, that you said today all of your staff were trained in home-based care, correct?
Usho kabili namhlanje ukuthi staff sakhe sakho sonke besinayo i-training ye-home-based care.
My lady, if I may, I think it was something that is lost in translation. She indicated that they had certificates that showed they were trained in home-based care.
All right, we'll have to look at that. Continue.
My lady, that may have been lost in translation.
Yes,
so
but
I'll ask the question.
the reason why we had to change that interpreter, it was for this things like this. I'm going to request Mr. Shole. I'm still insisting that please, Ms. Shole, control the witness. She shouldn't say lots of things and then which you have to interpret at a later stage, because a human mind is a human mind. You can't remember everything. Let her say something, then cut it short, then you interpret, please. It is your duty. Please assist us. I hope my request has been noted, Ms. Shole.
Noted.
Thank you.
All right. Let me ask the question very carefully then and clearly. Ms. Mchove, am I correct that you indicated today that all of your staff were trained in home-based care?
Ingabe kunjalo mema ukuthi ushilo namhlanje ukuthi staff sakho sonke besinayo i-training ye-home-based care.
Namhlanje ngiyavuma ukuthi ngishilo kanjalo. Ebanga batrainwanga yilabo esiqale nabo when the emergency iqale sise Denville bengisebenza nabo eKalafong.
Uyavuma ukuthi batrainiwe kodwa bakhona abanye abangatrainwanga. Yes, I do agree that I said that today and that they were trained in home-based care. Those that we started with in the emergency from Kalafong, those are the ones that did not have the home-based care training.
Now, Ms. Mchove, you may recall the evidence of Mr. Nofile.
Uyakhumbula ubufakazi baka-Mr. Nofile?
Uye example kanye kanye.
He is an example. Exactly.
What is he
Can
an
you wait,
example of?
can you wait
Oui,
for the
exactly.
question first?
Example yani uNofile.
We wabantu bebasiza eKalafong nase Denville kodwa ube ngana i-qualification bekumele athole i-training.
He is an example of people that are assisting in Danville and Kalafong, and he did not have training. He was supposed to get training.
And he said that he was responsible for taking care of mental health care patients, including Christopher Mchover.
Othi-ke yena responsibility yakhe bekunakelela ama-mental patients, include no Christopher Mchover kubona.
Ukuze ngimthathe uNolfefe kubo ubenakekela umuntu omdala.
The reason
And besinganamali yokuqasha by then.
why I took Mr. Nolfefe is that at his home, he was taking care of an elderly person and we did not have money to hire somebody.
All right, I'll leave the rest there for argument. Ms. Mchove, let's move on. Did your staff that were responsible for mental health care users have first aid certificates?
Even our first aid care certificates, labantu bakho be-staff, benakekela ama mental care users.
Yebo ma abanye bebenawo.
Yes, some of them did.
Which ones did?
Abaphi bebenawo.
Kunosisi besebenza eDenville umngani kaJulia naye wasebenza nathi.
A lady who works in Danville was Julia's friend.
Laba abanye bawuthiwa ngisaba abanye bawuthu beba now we were attached with their home-based care certificate.
The other two, they had those attached to their home-based care certificates.
Can you give me the names?
Angikhumbuli amagama abo kodwa oyi-one bekasebenza eMusalo ube phuma eMpumalanga bekasebenza e-home-based care eyaseMpumalanga.
I do not remember their names, but one of them was from Musando. That one was working at a home-based care facility at Mpumalanga.
Did you keep a record of those certificates?
Yeah, I did a record along my certificates, yes.
Where is that record?
A PLO record.
Ikuma file wa njengoba ngishilo ukuthi ama file wa ku SIU ngiye ngawathola back some of my other files ngiye ngawathola back.
It is at the files that are at the SIU. Some of the files I received back.
All right, I want you to look at the bottom of page 20425.
Yeah, well, page 20425.
The last bullet point.
Bullet point of cleanup.
It says staff are not trained in first aid techniques.
Yabona la ibhalwe khona ukuthi staff not
Yeah,
trained.
whatever.
I see that.
Then I want you to turn over the page, page 20426.
Yeah, well, page 204 to 6.
And I want you to look first at the second bullet point under number 6. It says there are neither procedures nor guidelines for dealing with severe side effects. That's in relation to medication. And it says the facility workers have not been oriented regarding handling of such patients in the absence of a qualified health professional. You see that?
Yabona le ncwadi to
Yeah,
give
whatever.
information. I see that.
And then I want you to look at one more thing before I give you an opportunity to comment. Look at the next block, which says emergency equipment.
Block elandelayo yayibona, the emergency equipment.
Yeah, whatever.
I see that.
There is no equipment to monitor vital data or administer oxygen. And the next bullet point says there is no first aid box, fire extinguishers, or emergency trolley. You see that?
Yes, whatever.
I see that.
Now, what's your response to those sentences that I've read to you?
What's in again?
Kuwo- Kuwo wonke caregivers i-certificates zabo bezichaza ukuthi batrainilwe ku first aid laba ebengibaqashile ebenayo i-first aid. Sawa display nase office.
With all the caregivers, with their certificates, it was mentioning, it had displayed that they were trained in first aid. The ones that I hired, yebo.
Ngikhumbula bengine i-first aid kit encane eyomntwana. By that time bengisebenzisa yona eDenville besingaka batalwa by then.
I remember there was a time when I was using the child's small first aid kit in Danville. We had not yet been paid at that stage.
Other point.
Are you done?
Continue.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the Department of Health officials that compiled this report wrote down that staff were not trained in first aid techniques. Were you asked at any point about what your staff were trained in, or did they, and you were present, presumably, let me start with that. Were you present when they attended on the 28th of July?
Officials on 28 July.
Who were are we talking about Dr. Sinelo and Dr. Lengwani?
I'm not sure who was there. It doesn't indicate on the document. It was
Okay.
attached to Lenkwane's, Sophie Lenkwane's evidence.
Maningi officials ebeza now and again kuma organization bayenza
Yeah.
ama report nakho konke.
There are many officials that came to the organizations and they made reports.
Okay, so you're not sure if you were there at this date on the 28th of July, 2016.
Wena siqu sakho awunasiqiniseko sokuthi ubukhona na ngomhla ka-28 July 2016 ngekhathi efikile ama-officials.
Kaningi ama officials mawefika ngisuka ngibe khona njengoba bashilo ukuthi ngeke ngafika late. So inkinga ukuthi asazi ukuthi kube abo bani bekhona.
Most of the time when the officials would arrive, I would be present. As they mentioned that there was a time when I arrived late. The thing is, I do not know, or we do not know, who is it that were there.
Understood. Now, let's move on. I want to start looking now at the process of which you took the transfer of mental health care patients into Precious Angels, okay?
Yeah, mama.
Okay, process, yes.
Now, you've previously given evidence that on 23 June 2016, you collected 22 mental health care patients from Randfontein, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, mama.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And in your main statement, which is GG1, perhaps I should take you there. You can go to page 1467. I'm not going to refer you to particular paragraphs, but if you need to refresh your memory, I'd like you to have access to it.
I have page 1467 with main statement circle.
Ngikhona lapha.
Okay. So you said that when you received the 22 male patients on the 23rd of June, at this point there, when you got there, they were waiting in a bus. Is that right?
Belinde ebhasini labantu abawu-22 ngenkathi bamukela ngomhla ka-23 June.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle i-second bunch, i-second pick up labo bebalinde already ebhasini, but I think bonke bebalinde ebhasini mangakhumbula kahle.
If I remember well, it was the second group that was waiting in a bus. But if I remember well, they were all waiting in a bus.
Yes, because your statement says the patients were already prepared and in the EMS bus.
Yes, Council.
Okay, and you say they all had one pair of clothing, a summary.
Omunye nomunye wabo ube ne-pair eyi-1 yempahla.
Summary of their files, a container with toothbrush, and a washing rag.
Summary
Yeah,
of files. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, now, when you receive these patients, you've previously testified that you requested an assessment by the department, but nobody came to assess them for 2 weeks after the patients were transferred to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we know that there was an audit of the premises because we've been through this morning in detail after the patients were transferred to you. Was there ever a medical assessment done by the department?
No.
Okay. And as I understood your evidence, you eventually, much later, on the 17th and 19th of July, you asked Sister Rebecca from Bopelong Clinic to help you to take vital signs and do an assessment.
Kunjalo ke ukuthi ngamathethe wabuyizayo ke uye wagcina ucelile usister ukuthi azokuncedisa ukuthatha ama-vital signs ama-patients.
Yes, kodwa akasebenzi eBuphelong.
Yes,
Usebenza ku-government umngani wami, uyinesi umngani.
Yes, but she does not work at Buphelong. She is a friend of mine.
Ah, okay. But in any event, that was only on the 17th and 19th of July. Let's go back in time.
Even on 17th of July.
On the 23rd, you received 22 patients. You didn't have a medical assessment. And on your evidence, you didn't have occupational therapists, physiotherapists, trained nurses ready to receive them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And then 5 days later.
Is that just a second? It appears that, are you now comfortable? Because I hear you are not giving the interpreter the chance to interpret. Are you continuing as yesterday? Then you will tell the interpreter when you have problems.
Yes, if I need her, I'll just raise a hand.
Okay. Just stick around, Miss Shirley, because I see now she has overtaken.
Sorry.
Okay, continue.
It's fine. There are hopefully not too many medical terms, so we should be okay.
Right.
So on the 23rd, you took 22 mental health care users.
The interpreter shouldn't go away. It appears you are no longer there, Mrs. Shirley. Where are you? Just stick around. Yes, I don't want to. Yeah, just stick there. Yeah, continue.
Okay, so 23rd of June, you took 22 mental health care patients. They were all males. And you've just confirmed that at that point, you weren't really ready to receive them because you hadn't received that support from the department, correct?
Yes, Council.
Right. Then 5 days later, on the 28th of June, 2016, you then receive another 11 patients from Randfontein, correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay. And then in your statement, at paragraph 10, which is page 1468, you say that at this point, you realized that, I'll read it to you, you said, I discovered that most of the patients were psychiatric patients and not the criteria that I was promised. Is that correct?
I see that, Counsel.
Okay. And you apparently raised this with Dr. Lenkwane, is that right?
Yes.
What was her response?
She confirmed that she is allocated to us in Outreachville to coordinate and assist us.
Okay, so you took the additional 11 patients despite the fact that you were concerned about your ability to care for them.
Come again, Counsel?
So you took the 11 patients despite the fact, even though you were concerned about your ability to take care of them.
As she also gave, like, if the manager, Ms. Hannah, confirmed the support, Dr. Manamela confirmed the support, she also confirms with the support and everything. I think I would say yes to that.
Yes, so they told you the support would come.
Yes.
But you'd already had some patients for a week and you still hadn't received any support.
The thing is, I used to work with them for years and I take their word. I believe in their word, for I know how they work throughout the years. So I wasn't anticipating on the outcome of how things are unfolded.
Mm. And now when you sit here, do you still trust their word on this?
Counsel.
Okay. Right. Now, we understand all of the evidence that you've given already. I'm not going to repeat it about the lack of skill that you had and the lack of support that you had from the department. But what I'm really interested in is, with all of those challenges, why did you keep taking patients?
Can I not answer that? I don't want to incriminate myself because I tried every way to be honest in everything. So yes.
Just a second. Continue.
That is your right, Ms. Mchover. Now, your evidence when Mr. Pihlela was leading you was that you were forced to take patients and you didn't have enough space, but they told you that you would have to find more houses.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Manamela, in her evidence before Justice Moseneke in the arbitration, she indicated that very clearly. She said that no NGO was forced to take mental health care users. What's your response to that?
Maybe the word of force is another thing, but hence I'm going back to the statement of saying I worked with the Department of Health for years. I have entrusted them like for years. The rest of the response I cannot give in. And hence, every time whenever they would ask me to do a thing, I would tell them that, can we get adults involved so they can have an agreement between themselves and then move forth with everything that needs to be done because of that relationship that we had.
Well, you see, Dr. Talatala, who's a specialist psychiatrist who gave evidence, also gave evidence that, in his view, anyone that took on the responsibility of taking care of mental health care patients, they had a responsibility to refuse to take mental health care patients that they couldn't properly take care of. And if they were concerned, they had to escalate their concerns. Not once, but he said escalate and escalate.
I remember there was a time, I think it was on the second bus where we were supposed to collect. I called Ndade Tobani telling him that how can I be getting the second group, while the assessment and everything that has been supposed to be in place, it's still not in place. That's I believe that was my escalation. And then later on, I remember even phoning him, I think after the second death, okay, I'm jumping over, after the second death, that's when I told him that I cannot continue. They need to come and take everybody, because I've worked with them for years. I never reported a death at my daycare. Now it's getting heavy.
Yeah.
That was the other escalation I did.
Yes, so you reported to Mr. Tobani. Did you report
Mr. Tobani?
Tobani?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, is it doctor? Did you escalate to anyone else in the department?
I even went to their offices, to Mr. Lehau, and because immediately from the first death, I didn't know what to do. When I phoned Mr. Mohali, he gave me the steps to phone the EMS, and I remember he also asked if I had a funeral parlor and everything. Then that's when the Pituitary rest came in place. Like all the steps I got from him. And then I remember even going to their offices and saying that I cannot handle it anymore. They were in a board meeting with the other doctors from different regions, and because there was also a lot of complications that was happening. And then they said they are busy sorting things out.
And this was after people started dying?
Yes, not even like a lot of numbers, but there was now and again my cry out, and then I would even drive myself to the office.
Now, Dr. Talatala said that in his view, because of this responsibility that one has to take care of patients.
Just a second, I see there is a hand there, Mr. Pichel.
My lady, when Dr. Talatala expressed this opinion, he was not doing it as an expert. He was expressing his personal opinion on the matter, on what should, because he could not refer us to any authority that says
the witness
you must report 10 times and escalate 10 times or whatever the case might be. But now it's being quoted as if Dr. Talatala, because of his position and experience, that is what he thinks. It's like with Professor Pinar, who said what is not written means it's not done. Those are opinions. There's no legal precedent for that. So we can't be putting it to this witness as if what she did was inadequate on the basis of the opinion of Dr. Talatala, which was not expressed as an expert, but his own personal view. So that line of questioning, my lady, it's inappropriate and it's unfair to this witness.
Yes,
she indicated she reported. That is
it's fine. You have made your point, Mr. Pichela. Thank you.
My lady, I'm happy to ask the question differently. You know, I can certainly make an argument about the capacity in which Dr. Talatala was giving evidence, but I don't need to for purposes of this question. Let me ask it differently to the witness.
Okay, proceed.
Ms. Ngube, I want to ask you your view as someone who owns and operated 2 homes for mental health care users. If it was me and I was in your position and I had 56 patients under my care and I could not take care of them, I would have gone to the police. I would have said, I'm not able to take care of people and people will suffer. What's your response? Did you think of going to the police?
Just before you answer, just don't answer, please. There is a hand, and I'm going to ask you to step aside. There are 2 hands here. Mr. Pichela first.
My lady, this is now getting into the realms that we really can't understand. I mean, Council's personal opinion on the matter is now testifying from the bar. I mean, her personal opinion on the matter, unless she's an expert in this field and she knows exactly the steps that need to be taken, she can refer us to a specific piece of legislation that says these are the steps that need to be taken in these circumstances. It's irrelevant, my lady.
Thank you, Mr.
My views and her views are irrelevant to the matter.
Thank you. Mr. Sibar. Good morning. I see the energy there. Good morning. You are muted.
You are muted.
Thank you, my lady. It's a bit of a cold morning. My lady, I think the question is unfair. I with due respect to my senior, the witness has testified that she went to the department. She even drove to the board. She found them at the boardroom. She raised their problems with Mr. Tobani. She went to
Mr. Lehau.
Mr. Lehau. I can come here and ask her questions. Why didn't you go to the United Nations? So that is quite unfair, my lady. I with due respect to my senior. As please the court, my lady.
Where is Mr. Late? Mr. Late, where are you?
My lady, yes.
You have been too very quiet for far too long.
I was really laughing too much to intervene. Does Mr. Butlender really tell us that Ms. Nube should have gone to the nearest police station and asked the constable there, listen, constable, they want me to have patience I cannot care for. What do you think Constable Cautious would have done? Really. Our experience of our police is that you can't expect from a person to do that, really.
Okay,
she had done what she had done, and I can't see how this can take it further.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Bundland,
My lady, first let me
if we
correct
can just
Mr.
clear this, and then I see the
Yes.
time is now
Let
almost
me-
past. Yes.
Yes, let me correct Mr. Late. I'm not a Mr. Butlender. I'm an advocate Raja Butlender.
Yes, please.
That's number one. Number two, we can joke about this all we want. The truth is that 20 people died out of 53 in that home.
Mhm.
20 people died.
Yes.
Half of those are my clients' families.
Okay.
And the point is simply this, that Dr. Talatala said that escalate, escalate, and escalate was his evidence. Because when
Yes.
you have people in your care that are dying, you need to do more than sit back and throw up your hands. That is the purpose of my questioning, but I'm happy I understood that the witness was indicating that you chose not to respond to that question.
No, it's fine.
So I'm happy to leave
Mr. Lee, do you want to say something? But I wanted to close it.
Yes, I just want to say I didn't say Mr. Butlender. I said Mrs. Butlender. As advocate is not a title, my lady. I called her Mrs. Butlender, and I wasn't joking about the people who died. I just said that taking somebody, reporting it to police, that would be a joke.
Okay, thank you. Can we close the matter? The question has been sufficiently answered. It has been sufficiently dealt with. I think if there is anything, it's a matter for argument. So I don't know, it's about 25 minutes past 11. I don't know whether you want to wrap up on that and then from there we take the tea adjournment.
No, I'm happy, my lady, to take the tea adjournment now.
Okay. Can we take the tea adjournment now and we resume at 11:45? Where is our interpreter to warn the witness? Please warn the witness, ma'am.
Ma'am, baya kuthi break manje ne?
Yebo,
Zoqala
ma'am.
ngapha to 12 usasephansi kwesifungo sokhuluma iqiniso ngithi.
Yeah.
Understood.
Thank you very much. The court will take it to tea adjournment.
As it pleases the court.
May it please the court, my lady.
There's a court, please, my lady.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, do you require the interpreter to be on screen?
I don't want her. When we want her, she must always be there. That's why I want her to be on the screen. If there is a problem, she must just be on the alert. Where are you, Miss Shole?
Judge, the interpreter is not here yet.
Okay, let's proceed and then, yeah, all right.
Okay.
When she's here, she must show herself on the screen.
That's
all right.
fine, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, can you please go to page 37521?
37521.
Yes. Do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. You'll see that this is a document called Dates of Deaths at Precious Angels. And it is a document that my team have put together looking for purposes of asking you a few questions. Okay. You'll see from the document that it is done in the sequence of deaths. So the first line is the first person that died at Precious Angels, and that is docket number 4, and it's Christopher Mchover. And if you read along the line, you'll see that we have a column for the transfer date, and then where they were transferred from, the date of death, as on the certificates of death that we have, and the case line's reference for the date of death. So you can see where we got the information from in case lines. And then we've just indicated the cause of death on the post-mortem. So that shows whether someone had a post-mortem. If they didn't have a post-mortem, we indicate no PM. And where it was a post-mortem, we've just recorded the cause of death that's on the post-mortem. And then the last column is case lines reference cause of death. So it's where you will find the cause of death in case lines. Okay.
Okay, Council.
Now there's one error on the document that I just want to clarify for the court. It is simply, it's in relation to Daniel Josiah, which is number 17 on the sequence. Okay, you see that? He was the 17th person to die. And if you look along to the date of death, it says 8 September. That should be 8 August. And the case line reference for that, Judge, is at 3295. So that's the only correction on the document. Now, let's have a look at this table. You'll see that we know that you received the first round of patients on the 23rd of June. And I'll tell you, and I can take you to the place if you dispute it, but Christopher Mchover was part of the first group of patients of mental health care users that were transferred to Precious Angels on 23 June. You'll see that on the 5th column on the top line. You see that? Okay. And so he was transferred on the 23rd of June, and then on the 3rd of July, he died. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Okay. And 3 days after that, you received more patients on the 6th of July. You recall that? 3 days after he died. Yeah. Okay. Now, I want us just to look at this table, and if we go through it, you'll see on the 6th, I'm just looking at the date of deaths, okay? On the 6th of July, there's an other unknown female, and it looks like the surname, if you go to the document, the surname was recorded as Meme, M-E-M-E, but on our table, we're not sure of her name, so we've marked as unknown
that could
female.
have been a name also because the person was not properly identified.
Exactly.
Somewhere they call her, I think, Granny Nene, something like that.
Exactly.
Kuku Nene.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes.
Okay, so on the 6th of July, she died. Then can you see on the 12th of July, 6 days later, Spiwe Makunga died. Also on the 12th of, yes, also on the 12th of July, Julia Chawe died. On the 18th of July, Eric Mashilwane died. Also on the 18th of July, Serafina Ngobo died. On the 19th of July, the next day, Elizabeth Botha died. On the 22nd of July, Sepati Pilani died. And on the 24th of July, Jeremiah Mudise died. And the list goes on all the way down. That's just the people that died in July. And the list keeps going. We had people dying on the 4th of August, the 6th of August, the 15th of August, 2 people died. The 26th of August, Matlakala Motsoi Hai died. September 1st and 3rd, more people died. And it goes on all the way through to January, when the last person at Precious Angels died. So in the month of July, 9 people died at Precious Angels. Am I right?
I see that, Council.
And you'd previously testified before Justice Musineke that you were shocked at these deaths.
Yes, Council.
Do you remain shocked at those deaths?
Yes, Council.
Now, one of the common threads with the deceased that I'll take you through just now from Precious Angels was that they were excessively thin. And so in relation to, for example, Terence Chaba, the pathologist recorded something called cachexia. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it means someone who is excessively thin. And the same was recorded for Christopher Mchover and Virginia Magophela. Do you have any knowledge of this?
No, Council, I totally didn't.
Okay. Now, what you described to us earlier today,
Terence Chaba, Virginia Magophela,
and Christopher Mchover.
Okay.
And those are the 3 deceased that I'd like to talk about in the remaining part of my cross-examination. Now, but before we get to that, let me ask you this. You gave evidence, I can't recall now whether it was earlier today or yesterday, but your evidence was that you provided people with a very extensive menu of food. You referred to bread and several meals, 3 meals and tea and fruit to patients. How did you afford to feed 56 people if you hadn't received any subsidies from the department?
I did mention that from the beginning, I took out loans. I asked for donations from family and friends, and as well, everything that I had, it was coming out from the daycare, and like there was a lot of efforts that I tried to cover up on all the things that were needed while we were not being paid. I also took out, I was working as an anchor. I was doing catering. I had some of my savings. My daughter, as she's also disabled, I took out her SASSA cards, everything that that will maintain her. I would use up those monies. Hence, the car got repossessed and so forth.
And tell me, what do you mean you were working as an anchor?
I was working at the.
Just a second,
I tried to raise my hand, my lady.
But I don't see it. I think the problem is it's your device.
It's on my side, yes. I think the witness is a bit emotional, my lady. I don't know whether she's ready to proceed. If we can just find that out, I can see she's struggling a bit.
Do you want us to take a break, ma'am?
No, it's okay, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ngube. So, Ms. Mchover, just because there's a place called Anchor, I just wanted you to clarify, what do you mean you were working as an anchor?
I was working at an organization where we did training for caregivers, and I think people will know it. It's a high institution where we do trainings at the communities and so forth. So when I got paid that money and the caterings that I used to do, other business that I used to do, I would use up all those money to run the center while we were still not being paid. And I had social clubs where I borrowed money from to utilize those funds that were needed at that time. And as I mentioned, that I would skip payments from where I was staying. I would skip payments for the cars, the car payments, hence they also got repossessed.
So how many, that sounds like a lot. How many jobs were you working during this period?
At that time, remember, it was savings. The money that I would work when remember the kids' contract, it was supposed to be next year. Hence, I didn't resign. So that's when before I was given the patients, that's when I had to stop a bit with the trainings.
Okay.
So I wasn't a person that works with organizations, because the department sometimes they would stay 3 months without being paid, and with all the work that I was doing, I would be able to push and buy resources for the centers, and then obviously it will be later on reimbursed within that. So it was a lifestyle that I basically lived.
Now, 3 of your staff members, Ms. Nonhlanhla Eunice Ndlovu, Ms. Julia Mamchele, and Mr. Nofile, all have given evidence, either orally or in affidavits before this court, that there was a shortage of food at Precious Angels. What's your response to that? Was there a shortage of food?
According to me, because hence I did say I would send the drivers with the food. I would also sometimes drive with my own car to the centers and deliver.
So you weren't sure
But
if
there
was
wasn't,
a shortage?
I don't remember a day, God is my witness, I don't remember a day people staying without food at all. Even like, there was one Deborah, if she sees that the sugar is about to end and she knew that the efforts that I'm making, they would ask their mom to also add up to the sugar, and she would tell me and say, hey, I added up to the sugar. When you buy other things, don't buy that a certain ingredient or whatsoever. That's how much I would say and know of and stand off.
Mm. No, I understand there was a lot of pressure on you to make sure that you had what you needed there. I just wanted you to respond to their evidence that there was a shortage of food. Now, there's another piece of evidence that I think you should be asked to respond to, which is that Mr. Nofile, his evidence was that there were patients, particularly Christopher Mchover, who couldn't chew food or didn't want to eat. And in those situations, then Julia, who was one of the nurses or one of the caregivers, would mash up the food, I think is the right word. And they would hold him down, the patient down, and force feed it to him. Do you know anything about that?
I only heard about it on the statements. I didn't know that sort. And hence, she was working for hospitals and with her certificate of taking care of taking care of users. That's what the experience and her certificate initiated. But the other things I have learned from the statement that they have been mentioned.
Yes, she was trained according to her affidavit on page 7696. You don't have to go there, but I'll just tell you she was trained as a home. She says she completed training as a home-based care worker. Okay. Now, I'm not sure if you are aware, but several of the deceased from Precious Angels had undigested food in their esophagus or their windpipe when they died, specifically Virginia Magophela and Lucky Maseko. Were you aware of this?
No, I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. Now, how often were you at the Danville or Attridgeville houses?
I would go frequently because sometimes, remember, I have to check in the staff if everyone reported and if I need to deliver other things, like mostly, and I have to buy nappies. There was always a shortage now and again. So I would say I would be running around to shops, coming back, dropping anything and everything that may be needed on both the centers.
Were you there every day?
I could say so.
Okay. Now, I would like to turn to look at the 3 individual deceased, okay, that died at Precious Angels. And I'll repeat who they are. They're Christopher Mchover, Terence Chaba, and Virginia Magophela, okay? So let's start with Christopher Mchover. Did you know Christopher Mchover?
By name.
By
Yes,
name.
Counsel. Yes.
And you agree that he was a resident at Precious Angels?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. My lady, this is now docket number 4. And if you could please go back to the table of deaths, which is page 37521. Now, you'll see there, just to refresh your memory, that on the first line, Christopher Mchover arrived at Precious Angels on the 23rd of June, and he died on the 3rd of July. Okay. Now, I'd like you to go to page 7607.
The Counsel.
Okay. You see that this is your affidavit in relation to Christopher Mchover's death. Now, if you look at the bottom of...
What is the number of this affidavit?
Sorry, my lady.
The exhibit number.
Yes, if you bear with me for a minute, I'll see if I can just find it. I think it is GG6, my lady.
I'm trying to check also here.
76, no, that's the other one.
Just bear with me.
Thank you.
It's GG6, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
It's sorry, Sasha Stevenson is saying that it's GG3. So, my lady, I'm not sure. I think GG6 is the other affidavit.
For me, let me check my other. Just a second.
My lady,
So,
it's
just to come up over, my lady, there's 2 GG6 and the GG61.
GG6, yes, but this one is page 7607.
Yes.
Yes,
Just
that's
bear with-
GG6, my lady.
That's GG6, my lady.
Thank you. I'm indebted to my colleagues. Now, if you look at the bottom of page...
Just a second.
So, apologies.
Yes, correct. This is GG6. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. At the bottom of page 7607, which is that first page of the affidavit, you'll see you say, at the time we received the patient, he had 1 pair of clothing, a script of medication, except for his medical files, family contact details, as they were still outstanding from Life Esidimeni Hospital. Do you see that?
Yes, counsel.
Okay, and then you say, we rendered our service to the patient until he became ill while still at our place. Yeah, you see that?
I see that. I see that, counsel.
Okay, so am I right in understanding what you're saying there, that when Christopher Mchover arrived at Precious Angels, he arrived without medical files and family contact details and with only a script for medication, not the medication itself?
With the files, everything that we have received in the files, I do confirm that we did receive them. And can I get the question again?
Yes, let's just go through it slowly. So if you look at the paragraph I took you to, you say, at the time we received the patient, he had 1 pair of clothing. Okay, that's fine. Then you say a script of medication. What is this? Do you mean actual medication or just a script that you take to the pharmacy for medication?
It was the summary of his background from Life Esidimeni.
A summary of his background.
Yes,
Okay.
and I wouldn't know if he was taking medication because I wasn't dealing with the patients directly.
Okay, but you were there on the 23rd when you took transfer
Yes.
of 22 male
Yes,
patients.
but I wasn't given the file and the medication. Hence, I said I was working with the social worker, taking the ID number, the IDs, and doing the comparison of what the list had.
So when you deposed to this affidavit, did you who took this? Who wrote down this affidavit for you?
It was one of the constables in Utrechtville.
So this bit that you talk about that we just went to now, did you tell the constable that? At the time we received the patients, he had 1 pair of clothing, a script of medication, except for his medical files. How does the constable know what to write? Did you tell the constable what to put in your affidavit?
They would ask and then you would tell a story and then they get to write.
Just a second, please, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I think we have already established the fact that this witness
Can the
was
witness
not
step aside
responsible.
just a second? Can the witness step aside, please? Continue.
She was not personally responsible for receiving the patients. She did testify and indicate that she was accompanied by her sister-in-law, who patients were handed over to, or they were just directed to enter into the bus.
Yes, that
And she was
evidence
busy with the
record.
social worker.
Mm.
So now, to say that, to ask her this question, to say, what is written here in the statement is what you were telling the person who was interviewing you, I think it gives an incorrect complexion, because we know that when you are interviewed, you are asked questions, and they are leading questions most of the time, and you respond, and it is what is written down. So there is no contradiction there. Now, my worry is this line of questioning, it basically seeks to circumvent what the witness has already indicated to this court, that she was not what she had written is what she was told.
Ms. Badlanda?
And lady, we need to be very careful here, because what we have before us is an affidavit that's sworn to. And we need to be very careful what this court makes of sworn affidavits and allows witnesses to avoid what they have written down in an affidavit, signed, checked and signed. Ms. Mchover was given an opportunity to amend all of her statements. She has legal representation. She chose not to amend anything. It must be, and the law is, that if someone signs an affidavit, under oath, sworn to before Commissioner, that there is some legal weight to that. So I understand my learned colleague's objection, but I want us just to be clear about the legal weight attached to affidavits, that we don't allow a witness simply to avoid a question of what's contained, signed under her name, simply because she previously gave different evidence. That's called contradictory evidence, and there are processes for a court to deal with that.
Yes, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I don't see why this witness should be treated differently from any other witness that has testified before. The learned senior counsel has been present when this was being done. She never once raised an objection when that issue came to the fore. When we tried to take a witness through the statement, we were met with a brick wall to say, this is how, this is allowed, this is not allowed. Now, to now go back and say, yes, a witness can explain a statement, but she's still bound by what she has written. She has offered an explanation, my lady, to say that what I was writing here, clearly I was told, I was informed by the people that worked for me. So that is how the information was received. It is not her own first-hand experience. It's not, it's basically hearsay, my lady. Because
Okay.
she's telling what was told to her by the care workers.
Mr. Pichela, I hear your point. I see. I wanted to close this matter. Can I hear Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I submit that perhaps the problem can be overcome if one also has regard to, for example, GG1, where on page 1468, the witness said that they were provided with a summary of the files, and amongst other things, she says all the patients were given medication to last for 28 days. So it is clear that there was a summary provided. There was medication for 28 days was provided. And from GG6, it is clear that a script of medication, I submit that the meaning is clear. It is a prescription for medication, as opposed to the medication itself, which is referred to in GG1. So I submit,
Yes.
my lady, that if one looks at what is said in the various affidavits, it becomes clear what was provided and what was not provided. I don't know if that is of assistance to my learned friend, Ms. Butlender, but I submit just by concentrating on one affidavit, one isn't going to get the complete picture. As your
Okay.
ladyship pleases.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lady. In fact, I was stopped before I had a chance to develop the question. But had I been allowed that opportunity before the objection, it would have been clear that I'm not actually interested in whether or not she took the medication or not. Really, the question is whether Christopher Mchover had medication with him or had a script. And what we've seen in the evidence is that sometimes people say one thing, but they mean something else. And I was giving her an opportunity. And my lady, when I deal with the question of medication and Christopher Mchover, it will become absolutely clear why I need to ask that question.
Okay. Yeah. In any event, that doesn't resolve the problem.
I'll ask it differently, my lady.
No. Before you go there, I've listened to the objection, and it is my view that we have evidence on record, and the fact of the matter is that this is cross-examination. We have to understand her evidence properly. So I'm going to allow the question. Continue, Miss, even if you can ask it differently.
Thank you, my lady.
Is the witness back? Okay. Yes, continue.
Okay. So, Ms. Mchover, we were just looking at that paragraph at the bottom of page 7607. And all I'm trying to understand is what Christopher Mchover came to you with. So it says, at the time we received the patient, he had one pair of clothing, a script of medication, except for his medical files, family contact details. Now, I understand, do you understand a script of medication to be a record of what medication Mr. Mchover was required to take?
In fact, it's what we call a prescription.
I'm not clearly clued in terms of the script and the
Okay.
Prescription, the difference and so forth. Hence, there was when later on when the department came back, they wrote a different prescription or a clinical record that they were supposed to do on arrival. They did it at a later stage. So in terms of difference, I'm not too sure what's what.
Okay. And do you know anything about whether you've written here that you had family contact detail, that you didn't have family contact details? Is that correct?
If I had written it on the statement at that time, obviously then I didn't have contact details. Hence, I even went to the police station and made an affidavit of saying we are struggling to get contact details. I even liaised with the department that we still don't have contact details.
Yes. Okay, good. Now, when Mr. Nofile gave evidence about Christopher Mchover, he said that he was responsible, he was one of the people responsible for taking care of Christopher Mchover. And when he arrived at Precious Angels, he was well, that was his Mr. Nofile's language, but then he deteriorated. Are you aware of this?
I am not aware of that, counsel.
That's all.
I don't know how he would determine that, but I'm not aware.
Yes.
Continue.
My lady, I see Mr. Pitlela has his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Pichel.
Thank you, my lady, and apologies for the interruption. I see the witness is still there, my lady, so.
Please step aside, Ms. Nofile.
My lady, from what I understood with the testimony of Mr. Nofile was that he remembered Christopher Mchover, and when he was asked on that, he says he remembered him because he was one of those who couldn't walk. And that the position of Mr. Nofile at Precious Angels was that of a cleaner. He was not a care worker. I am looking through his evidence now. I don't see anywhere where he mentioned that he was the one responsible for Mr. Mchover.
Okay, thank you.
My lady, I didn't say he was the one responsible. I said he was one of the ones responsible for caring for him. And Ms. Mchover has previously accepted that Mr. Nofile was a caregiver at the home responsible for patients. In fact, she did that not half an hour ago. And she explained that he was the one that didn't have training because he came from Kalafong at the time that they were preparing to come from Kalafong. So I think Ms. Mchover has already answered that part of the objection herself.
Yes, but we need to put proper facts. As far as I remember, his evidence was that he was also used as a care worker, although where he started as a cleaner at Kalafong. He said he worked as a care worker, caregiver or care worker, and then he didn't have training. That's what I remember. You have got the statement with you, but I remember the evidence quite well.
Yes, my lady. If you'll just bear with me.
My lady, what troubles me?
Yes. Your problem is that what was put to the witness was that he said he was responsible specifically for this. Yes. Which I don't think is the case. Yeah.
No, that's not what I said, my lady. He was not specifically responsible, but he did give evidence that he did take care of patients. And he said, in fact, at page 7698 in his affidavit, he says, we started taking care of the patients without any knowledge of nursing, working long shifts without days off, bathing, cooking, feeding the patients who were on the same diet, and giving them medication, which was placed in a container and prepared by Julia or Eugenia. So that was his evidence.
That's basically what I said. Yes.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Michela? I hope it clears that, but the witness has already testified, and then the court is well aware of what is on record.
Yes, but what worries me is when we are now attaching Mr. Nofile to a specific patient, as if he was the one, it was part of his responsibilities. And that is what prompted this witness to concede the earlier when the senior counsel was putting it to her, because she put it as a fact to say this is what Nofile was doing, and that is incorrect.
Yes, correct. Yes. Can you clear that, Miss? Or that is also something that you can also deal with under your cross-examination of the witness, Mr. Pichel? Can we guard against putting what is not on record to the witness? Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Understood. I will take the witness to his affidavit.
Okay.
Ms. Ngube, I want you please to go to page 7699. And I want you to look at paragraph 5 at the top. Do you see that?
7691.
7699.
Yes, counsel.
All right. Now, if you look there, it says, it starts off, I want you to look at the second line. There was shortage of food for patients, and also the patient's medication was finished. Christopher Mchover, who was wheelchair bound with normal body weight, was one of the patients who was taken care of at Precious Angel Home. As the days passed by, the patient started not eating well. His foods were made fine, forced to eat and drink medication, which he sometimes refuses to take. The patient then lost a lot of weight and started to be aggressive after his medication was finished. Ethel, the owner of the center, was notified about the condition of Christopher, who needed urgent medical help, but he was never taken to hospital for medical treatment. Do you have a response to that?
No, that was his statement.
Were you notified that Christopher Mchover needed urgent medical care?
No, whenever I would be notified if someone needs medical care, I would phone in an ambulance. There wasn't a day where there would be someone being sick or whatsoever. I would sit and not do anything about it. And at times, if the ambulance doesn't respond, I would drive them with my car.
Okay, let's go to page 7694. Tell me when you're there.
7694.
Yes.
I'm the counsel.
Okay, now look at paragraph 3. Just after halfway through that paragraph, it says when Christopher arrived at the center. You see that?
Yes, counsel.
I'll read it to you. When Christopher arrived at the...
Just a second. Paragraph 3.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, the first line.
No, towards the middle of the paragraph,
yes. It
says when Christopher arrived at the center.
I got that. Continue.
When Christopher arrived at the center, he was fine, but as the day passed by, he started to lose weight and not eating well. I'm so sorry, I should have told you what this document is. This, if you look at the top of the document, is an affidavit by Nonhlanhla Eunice Ndlovu. You see that? It's at page 7694. And she says she started working at Precious Angels Creche first in August 2014 as a care worker, and then she was recruited by you to work at Precious Angels Home.
Yes, counsel.
Okay. So that's her affidavit, and I was just reading to you from paragraph 3. When Christopher arrived at the center, he was fine, but as the day passed by, he started to lose weight and not eating well. I tried to make food to be fine, but it didn't help the patient. I called Ethel several times that the patient needed medical attention and he was not taken to any medical facility. And the response I got from Ethel was that we are adults enough, we must make a plan. I'd like you to be given an opportunity to respond to that.
Okay. I don't recall responding in that
Malady,
manner.
before the witness can answer,
Yes.
I had my hand up, but I wasn't noted.
I couldn't see you because I'm also writing and listening. Yes.
I apologize, my lady.
Please,
lady,
if
we
you raise a
agreed.
hand and then don't wait for far too long. If you hear I'm not responding, let me know. Because I'm also on case line.
We have agreed that with statements of witnesses who are not going to be called, the evidence is already on record. We were not allowed to take the statements and try and contradict the witness on the basis of those statements. That is what has happened when Bo Defnin Ndlovu testified, and it happened before. But now we are again straying into a different era, and we are treating this witness differently, and I take issue with that, my lady, respectfully so.
Ms. Bundleland?
I'm sorry, my lady, I'm not sure I understand the objection, because this affidavit refers to something that Ethel Mchove is alleged to have done. I'm asking her whether that's correct.
It doesn't relate to another witness against another witness.
Yes, and
as Mr. Pichela has highlighted, I don't know, but this refers to Ms. Mchove. And
yes, my lady, my recollection is also that we have not taken a position that we can't cross-examine based on documents that are in the record. That's not my understanding. Otherwise, what's the purpose of the documents in the record? That is where we're failing to put
just a second. I want to understand what Mr. Pichela is saying. Mr. Pichela, if you can elaborate more on that.
My lady, there was a statement by one of the family members when testimony was being given regarding the same Mr. Mchover. I think with reference to his identification, where it was stated that this witness had indicated that she handed over certain ID documents to one of the witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that statement by the family member contradicted. I think she's represented by Advocate Munjalele. Maybe she can assist. The name doesn't. That is Defnin Ndlovu, my lady.
Yes. What about her?
Now, I was not allowed to lead evidence to the effect that what she's saying to this court is contradicted by the family member herself, who says she never gave information of that nature. She never received an inquiry regarding that matter. And that is where I find it very difficult, because now we are saying we are taking this statement by this witness.
So just before we go there, let me understand you. I want to understand you. So you wanted your intention was to ask the witness, that is Defnin Ndlovu, in respect of that particular statement.
Indeed, my lady, it was to have a comment on what is stated in that affidavit.
Which was
that the information that she was now providing to the court was incorrect.
And then?
Because it was being contradicted. Those statements were contradictory of each other.
You mentioned that it was agreed that nobody should cross-examine.
The precedent that I received on that day, my lady,
I'm getting confused. Yes.
Was to the effect that that cannot be allowed. We cannot use those kind of statements to try and contradict what this witness is testifying about.
All right.
Even though there was a direct reference to that witness in that statement.
Can I hear Mr. Late?
My lady, unfortunately, Mr. Pichela doesn't give us a specific situation, but I think I remember the situation where it was put to Ms. Ndlovu that on a certain date, the documents were handed over. And she testified that she could not remember that what it was on that certain date that it was handed over. And it was then objected to when she was asked further, because she already testified that she cannot remember. So it doesn't help her to
so that's different, because I'm trying to understand.
Totally different. She said she cannot remember, and then to criticize or to tried to contradict her by means of other statements, didn't take the court any further because she could not remember.
Because now, if I'm told
that's a
now,
reason. That's a reason why the court did not allow Mr. Pchover to do that.
Yes,
because
now I'm getting
testified.
confused. I was getting confused. Now I understand now. I was getting confused in the sense that what Mr. Pchover is submitting before court was that there was a precedent that was created to say one shouldn't cross-examine the witnesses on the basis of statements that are already accepted.
No, that was not.
Yes. Can I hear
That's not
Ms.
appropriate.
Munjerere?
As it please the court, my lady. As far as I remember, Mr. Pchover was overruled on the basis of relevancy, on the questions that he wanted to ask the witness about the statements of the relatives of the deceased Charity Ratsotso. And the issue pertains as to whether it pertained the issue of her having contacted the family members when Charity Ratsotso was transferred to CCRC or not. So Mr. Pchover wanted to cross-examine her about that. And myself and Mr. Late will raise objections that no, she cannot be cross-examined on the statement about those issues because there is no relevancy to the questions that Mr. Pchover is putting to the issue of causation, which is completely different to what my learned colleague, Advocate Badlander, is asking the witness today, my lady.
Thank you very much.
I remember that was another incident where he was refused to cross-examine.
The bottom line is that it's not correct what Mr. Pchover is saying. Mr. Pchover?
Yeah, my lady, I'm shooting from the hip, so as your ladyship has also noted, a person's memory sometimes it's not the most reliable.
So I must also have my record in my head because otherwise I'll have problems. Because if I'm being misled, I won't be able to give a proper answer. I mean, so is that a concession, Mr. Pchover?
Yes, I will consider on that point, my lady, but I'll also then raise the issue of relevance on this particular aspect. Whether or not this lady who testified called my client on any particular day, it's not an issue that relates to how this person died, because there is evidence to the effect that there was a delay by an ambulance that took hours to come to that area, to come to the assistance of that deceased person. Okay, so unless we can show the link between her not taking the call or her statement saying they are adults, they need to take care of whatever, and the cause of death.
Bandlender?
Thank you, my lady. I think Mr. Pchover may be shooting from the hip on this one as well, because yes. It's not about ambulances taking a long time. This was the night before Christopher Mchover died, so it's completely relevant. There can't be a question about relevance. And if I'm allowed to ask the witness 2 or 3 questions, you'll see where I'm going.
Mr. Pchover? Do you want to say something before the court rules on the matter?
I'm in the hands of the court.
Okay, I'm going to allow the question. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mchover, so I want you just to look at paragraph at page 7694. That's where we were. You got it? Okay. So I've read to you a passage from Ms. Ndlovu's affidavit where she suggests that she called you when Christopher Mchover got very sick, and that you didn't. Your response was that they were adults enough and they must make a plan. And I'd asked you to, if you could respond to that. Can you confirm or deny that?
I still deny it, because every time when I would be called and if there's an emergency needed, I would phone an ambulance. I wouldn't say what she stated on the bottom. Probably when she made the statement, it was after when we were closed down completely. And I remember there was 2-3 months, they were still not being paid by the department, and everyone was angry at me. Maybe it was one of her reasons of stating that, but there isn't a day when they would say a patient is sick or whatsoever, I wouldn't make means. They would call me midnight, I would answer to their calls, and I would make means of phoning the ambulance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep going with her affidavit so you can respond to it. On paragraph 4, it says, on Saturday, the 2nd of July, at about 8 in the morning, I reported on duty at the center, and we used to work double shifts. At night, when I made checkup on the patients, I found Christopher on the ground again. I took him back to his bed. I imagine you have no knowledge of that.
No, counsel.
And then she says, at about 2 in the morning, I found the user on the ground gasping for air. The user was placed on the sponge. I think she means sponge mattress, but I can't be certain. User was placed on the sponge. At approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, when I checked the patient, his body was cold, and I suspected that something is not right with the patient. I then called the other workers, Tsegofatso Matlatsi, Tabo, and Zinhle to assist. And then the emergency personnel arrived at about 6 o'clock. It's 2 hours later. And they then attended to the patient, and later on the user was declared dead. The care worker, Julia, had arrived at work and told us how to bath the patient, and then she showed us how to dress the deceased person. And the deceased body was then taken to the private mortuary. I imagine you have no knowledge of that either.
No, the dressing and the cleaning, no, but it shows that I did, whenever they would call for help on a user, I would act immediately. Hence I said, whether it's midnight or whatsoever, I would make it a point that I phone in.
Thank you. And then the last paragraph there says, Julia, the care worker, told Ethel that the staff members that worked during the night when Christopher Mchover passed on needed counseling, as it was for the first time when someone dies in their presence. Instead of arranging a social worker or psychologist, Ethel opted to buy the members beers to drink so that their stress is eased. Would you like to respond to that?
I wouldn't give like details of saying that I said for them not to get counseling, rather they de-stress or whatsoever. The only thing that I could say is that in all the disease that happened, I would tell the department that we also need to be debriefed because of its trauma. We've never had such a situation in our hands, and it's traumatizing in everyone.
Right, thank you. Can you please go to page 7676? Are you there?
Just a second. I'm the counsel.
Okay. Now this you'll see from the top of the page is the Life Esidimeni records of patients. And this is the records of Christopher Mchover. Now I'm showing you this, but I want to actually talk to you about what the evidence of Dr. Talatala was, and give you an opportunity to tell me if you know anything about this. You'll see that Dr. Talatala, when he looked at this document on page 7676, confirmed that the diagnosis of Mr. Mchover was mental retardation and epileptic. Okay, do you see that under psychiatric, next to psychiatric diagnosis?
I see that, counsel.
Okay, and then below that, you'll see it says present medication, folic acid. I don't know what it says after that. Oh, I think it's 5 milligrams per oral daily, thiamine, and then if you keep going, it says epilem, and on the next line, it says clonazepam. Okay, I don't expect you to to know the drugs or to answer them, but that was the medication that he was on, and Dr. Talatala confirmed that. Okay. Now, and I know you're not a doctor, so I'm not asking you anything to do with medications. What I would like to ask you about is this, because you were responsible for Precious Angels and the care of the mental health care patients there. Dr. Talatala's evidence was that this particular combination of drugs, of Epilem and clonazepam, was quite a complicated, was the word he used, a complicated medication, combination of medications. So he needed to be monitored carefully. The patient needed to be monitored carefully because he said it could affect his blood levels. Okay. So Dr. Talatala was asked the question, what level of care would be required for a patient like this? And his answer was that he needed specialized psychiatric care and people that were trained in taking care of patients with psychiatric disabilities. Okay. Now, would you say that you had that level of care to offer at Precious Angels?
No, because we were about the psychiatric side, we don't know anything of that sort. And hence I've mentioned earlier on that from the beginning, the assessment was supposed to be done. As usually when the department refers a user to you, they come with a team of professionals. They give you the diagnosis, they tell you how it needs to be treated. It's written, it's a full file, and it comes with a form. They tell you, like as you said, like the hazards and so forth, and hence they would refer us with either your therapist or whatsoever throughout. That's how the assessment it's been done, and of which it wasn't done. Everything would have been laid out per individually as they gave us users. That's how they used to work. And then it didn't happen with these users. And then if it's not of your criteria, they wouldn't have even let them be in your facility. Yes. But it was, everything has been approved by them and assuring that they would give assistance throughout. And with me working with them for all those years, it was one of that. I know and trust their word on it because of the previous years that I've worked with them.
Thank you. Just a second. Ms. Ngube, I don't want to interject your evidence. Listen to the question attentively. You must realize that you have already given evidence. So some questions, they just need a yes or no. If they want you to explain or expatiate on the question, then you on your answer or response, you will do that, right? This evidence that you keep on repeating and you are padding a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ngube. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, Dr. Talatala also testified that someone in Mr. Mchover's condition could not tell you that he was hungry or could not tell you that he was sick. And so as a result, you needed to monitor his blood levels, his blood sugar. Did you have a blood sugar monitor at Precious Angels?
We only had it when we got paid, because the only pack that I had, it was just a small kit of first aid.
Okay. And
so you didn't have them?
No.
And then Dr. Talatala also testified that if someone in Mr. Mchover's position stopped taking his medication, these particular two medications I referred you to, that he was likely to have seizures. Okay, you don't need to answer that. I know you're not a doctor, but that was his expert evidence. And then finally, Dr. Talatala testified that in his view, having looked at Christopher Mchover's file, his view that was that Mr. Mchover was not matched to the correct NGO because the quality of care that he received based on the condition in which he died was not adequate. Can you respond to that?
I choose not to respond, but yes, Council.
Yes. What are you saying?
Because he says in his view and everything, so I said, like, I choose not to answer, but
Okay.
it's his view and everything.
Okay. Do you think, as the owner of Precious Angels, and you've testified extensively on the position that you were put in, do you think that the quality of care provided to Christopher Mchover at Precious Angels was adequate for his needs?
If I answer, it's going to be like I'm repeating. So can I not also answer to that? Because Hamza said everything we have done, it was known, and we have stretched by all means, and crying out now and again to the department and.
Well, I want to suggest to you that mental health care patients were placed at Precious Angels when they should not have been placed at Precious Angels, because the department, and specifically Dr. Manamela and Hannah Jacobus, were aware that Precious Angels was not capacitated to deal with psychiatric patients. Would you agree with that? You agree with that?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Can we then move on to the next deceased that I want to talk about? That's Virginia Magophela. Okay.
Yes, Council.
Okay, so let's start again by looking at the date of deaths document, which is at page 37521. If you can go there. Okay.
And the Council.
Thank you. So Virginia Magophela, if you look down the page, you'll see that she was the 13th person to die. And it's docket number 7, my lady.
Yes.
Okay, now she was transferred to Precious Angels on the 29th of June, and she died on the 15th of August. Okay, it's about 2 months later. That's just to give you the context of who she was. Do you remember Ms. Magophela?
Yes, Council.
You do, okay. Now, in mid-June, if you can please go to page 2608. Are you there?
A second. Yes, Council.
Yeah. Okay. You'll see that if you look at paragraph 4, it says in mid-June. It doesn't say in second line, it says in mid-June. Well, let me read it to you properly. It says, I last visited Virginia at, sorry, I should do this carefully. This is the affidavit of Ms. Magophela's sister, okay? And
Yes,
if you go to the top of that document, her name is Christine Teresa Numalo, okay?
Yes, Council.
Now, paragraph 4, let's start paragraph 3. She says her sister suffered from Alzheimer's disease, okay?
Council.
Were you aware of that?
No, Council.
Okay. Paragraph 4, it says, I last visited Virginia at Life Esidimeni in mid-June, and she was well. She was happy and jolly and could recognize us and laughed and even made jokes. She seemed herself under the circumstances. She was sad when we had to leave. Little did we know that would be the last time we would see her. Okay. So we know that in mid-June, Ms. Magophela's sister reported that she was in good health, happy and jolly and jovial. Okay. Now, Dr. Anoya, who's a pathologist and who did a post-mortem on Ms. Magophela, gave some evidence. I want you to go to page 2616. This is the post-mortem report. Okay. Now, essentially, if you look at the post-mortem report, we know that, if you just give me 1 minute, I'll just check dates for you.
Okay.
Okay, so Ms. Magophela died on the 15th of August, okay? And just bear with me 1 minute. This post-mortem, if you look at the bottom of the document, which is page 2620, this post-mortem was signed only in February 2017. Okay, so she died in August, the post-mortem was done much later. But let's look at what the post-mortem says. Dr. Anoya records on the post-mortem.
My lady, my apologies to interrupt my learned friend. The date on which the post-mortem itself was performed was the 31st of August. And that can be found on page 2616 in paragraph 1, which reads, at the Garankoa Medical Legal Laboratory on August 31. I examined it.
On page?
2616, my lady, paragraph 1.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. van Bergen. I'm indebted to my learned colleague. I was looking for that reference and couldn't find it. Okay, so the post-mortem was done on the 31st of August and Ms. Magophela died on the 15th of August. Okay. Now, what Dr. Anoya records is that 2 months effectively after she was transferred to Precious Angels, she died. And when she died, she was 35 kilograms. Okay. The postmortem also records her as having severe malnutrition, dehydration, gangrene in both legs, and she was emaciated, so very, very thin, and grossly underweight. Okay. Do you have any response to her condition at the time of her death?
No, counsel.
Okay. Were you aware that this is someone that lost a lot of weight and was very, very thin in a 2-month period at Precious Angels? Were you aware that this was a patient that was going through something that was going to end in this condition?
I wouldn't tell if I wouldn't be able to differentiate.
Okay, so you previously told us you only did admin at the home, and I'm trying to understand what that means on a day-to-day level. So you told us that you went every day to Precious Angels.
I would manage, basically it's managing the staff, it's ensuring that there is food, ensuring that there is blankets, ensuring that like anything that has to do with running of the center, and the caregivers, they were the one that were like directly working with the users, and if there was anything, they would let me know of if there's a need of help, because I trusted that they know what they're doing is according to their certificates and experience.
And you told us already that the certificates were in home-based care, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you also told us that none of them had any experience in taking care of this kind that you had.
Yes, counsel.
So what I'm understanding then is a situation in which quite severely ill mental health care patients were left at Precious Angels to the care of people that were only trained in home-based care and at most maybe had a certificate in first aid. as the owner of Precious Angels, did you not think it was necessary for you to be more involved in making sure that the patients were properly taken care of, not just in terms of food, but medically?
On the medical side, I myself.
Just a second, Mr. Pitlela again.
Relevance, my lady. Relevance.
Relevance.
Yes, this witness is not a medical doctor. And there is no proposition there's no foundation set for this type of question. Whether or not this witness could have done more or done less, that is an argument that the Learned Senior Counsel can make.
Ms. Candleland?
My lady, I would have thought the relevance was patently obvious. Really, I understand that Mr. Pitlela may wish that these questions were not asked, but they are pertinently relevant. And in fact, Ms. Mchover was responsible for the care of these. She's the one that signed the SLA with the department. She's the one that the department transferred patients to. So, you know, to absolve her of responsibility for even answering a question of what the nature of her role was.
He says there was no foundation laid.
There was, my lady, there was, I've been doing nothing but lay foundation. In fact, I was worried I was taking too long to lay foundation.
My lady,
you
the
still
point
stand by
here
your objection?
The point is, that is something that can be argued at the end.
I don't
It's
think I
something
agree
that can
with
be
you.
argued.
I don't think
because,
I agree with you. Can we let the unless if you want to add something or?
No, I'll leave it in the hands of the court.
Yes, I'm going to allow this. I allow this question because I don't think it's something that can be argued. The witness is here; she has to answer. You must wait for us. We'll call you when we are ready. But now you are already here. We don't want you to hear the deliberations. It's fine. Let her answer this one, and then we take the lunch break. I see you still have. Do you still have more questions? Because it's your. It appears you have got other deceased persons.
Yes, my lady. I've got one more.
All right.
After this.
If you can just rephrase or just repeat the question to the witness.
Ms. Mchover, the question was this: as the owner of Precious Angels and the person to whom care of all of these mental health care patients was transferred to by the department, did you not think that you had a responsibility to ensure that the patients under your care were properly taken care of, not just in relation to food, but also in relation to their medical needs?
Can we remove the think? Was it not her responsibility? If you can just, because I don't want her to give us her opinion. We want the facts.
Yes.
On my side, what I did extensionally, I went and asked for assistance from the Bophelong clinic, which had a relationship with the daycare, to come and help with the assessments because of the criteria of the NGO. And what I also did, I asked the nurse, my friend, to come also to do vital signs while still being waiting for the department. And in all the running around of diapers and everything, those are the other extension of ensuring that the best of our ability is being met while still waiting for relevant assistance has been promised throughout from the Department of Health. That's the extension of taking responsibility, trying to save any wrongdoing of any sort.
Thank you, my lady. I've got one more question before lunch, if I may.
No, that's fine.
Ms. Mchover, I hear that answer. Dr. Talatala gave evidence that in relation specifically to Ms. Magophela, who had gangrene in both her legs, which is, as I understand it, a rotting away of the flesh. He testified that if she was properly cared for and if she was being monitored properly, she would have been taken to a hospital to check the gangrene so that a surgeon could amputate the leg, for example. Otherwise, the patient could die from untreated gangrene. And this, he said, was negligent care. Do you have a response to that?
No comment, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Are we done with Ms. Magophela?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Is it the opportune time to take a lunch break?
Thank you,
The
my lady.
witness can be warned. Is the interpreter there?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Bayajena manje for lunch angithi usasephansi kwesifungo uyobuya ngokushini iqhubeke futhi angithi mama.
Yeah, ma'am.
Nonsense, my lady.
Court agents, we will then resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
As it pleases the court.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Ms. Mchover, you are reminded that you're still under oath. Yes, you may proceed, Ms. Bandelende.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mchover, are you okay to continue?
Can I get the interpreter?
The interpreter, sure.
Judge, the interpreter's not here yet. Let me just give her a call.
But why should she be called? It's already 2 o'clock.
It gets to me, Judge, remembering everything that happens. I ended up being co-NPA, so it helps me to contain myself.
Okay, no, that's fine. Can we take a short break while we're waiting for the interpreter so that the witness can calm down? Mr. Late, can you assist him there with the water from your side, that side?
Thank you, my lady.
We'll do so, my lady. She's being assisted by the investigating officer.
The witness is not, she doesn't seem well.
I'm okay, Judge.
But I can see you're not well. Where is the interpreter? She doesn't seem well. Perhaps we should give her 5-10 minutes.
Yes, my lady, perhaps we should take a short adjournment.
Nelisi, where is the interpreter?
Judge, I'm trying to call her.
No, just leave her. Why should she be called? Let's take a short adjournment. You can just check in the meantime her whereabouts and tell her that we are waiting for her. We're going to, I'm sending the matter down just for 5-10 minutes for the witness to recompose herself. Thank you.
Please, the court.
Okay, the interpreter.
The interpreter is not here yet. I tried calling.
Okay, just bear with me. It's now 19 minutes past 2. Nelisiwe, at the end of the proceedings, please call me while you are with the interpreter.
Noted, Judge.
Thank you. Miss Shole, we have been waiting for you all along. You were not here, and it's now 19 minutes past 2. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady. Pardon my delay. I didn't know it was going to take so long. I had things to sort out with the HR. I had things to sort out, rearrange courts as well before coming up here again. So I had to set out all of the.
Do we know all those? Why should the court does the court have to wait for you? Do we know? Do we know all? Come again?
It was only reported to me during lunch that there is a colleague that fell sick in court and therefore court had to be rearranged.
But you should have alerted Nolisiwe, isn't it? You don't keep the court waiting. You should have just alerted Nolisiwe.
Okay, my lady, pardon. I did send a message that I will be delayed. I just didn't think it was going to overlap to this whole long time.
Can we then proceed? The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
I think
she's going to need your assistance now.
Thank you, my lady.
So you're going to interpret Ms. Shole?
Okay.
Continue, Ms. Bandlen.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mchover, the last deceased that I would like to ask you just a few questions about is Mr. Terence Chaba.
Terence Chaba,
Do you remember Mr. Chaba?
Mr. Chaba? Yes.
And he was a mental health care user at Precious Angels, correct?
The mental health care user, yes, at Precious Angels. Yes.
My lady, this is docket number 9.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Mchover, if you need us to stop at any point, will you let us know?
Yeah.
Ma'am?
Yes. Are you fine, ma'am? You don't seem fine. Are you okay?
All right, sis.
Shaba passed on my birthday and in my car. That trauma comes back again.
Shaba passed on my birthday.
We might have to take a break.
In my car.
Continue, Mrs. Interpreter.
Mr. Chaba passed on my birthday in my car. That is all I could hear so far.
Thank you.
Before she broke down.
Yeah, just a second. I don't want you to continue now. Will you be in a position to proceed?
So what's the correct, ma'am?
We don't mind. I mean, I can see that you are not well.
What you judge yakubona ukuthi awusekho minutes rights.
There's a number of people that we still need to go into. Either way, I have to face it because people need.
No, the court is not going to allow you to proceed the way you are. I think at this stage we will have to. Let me hear there is Mr. Sibara, Mr. Pichela. Can the witness step aside in the meantime?
My lady, I think the witness is clearly not.
Mr. Pichela should go first, my lady.
I said he must go first.
Thank you, my lady. Sorry.
Yes.
I think the witness is clearly not in the correct state of mind to proceed.
That's why I'm saying we need to stop the proceedings. Okay, Mr. Sibara, and I don't know, Mr. Profi, after Mr. Sibara.
As to please the court, my lady, I think Mr. Pichela said it mouthful well, my lady. Thank you.
Mr. Profi?
Same, my lady. I was going to echo the same sentiment.
But I don't know why you people are so concerned. I could see that the witness is not well, and I'm not going to allow her to proceed. So I don't know. It's now 24 minutes past 2. I'm not sure if, by the look of things, I'm not sure if she will be able to proceed today. Maybe I'm speaking for her, but perhaps Mr. Late can find out from her, because he is next to her. Mr. Late, just talk to her. She shouldn't force herself to proceed because I can see she's not well. If she's not well, let her go and sleep through this and come back tomorrow.
Well, I did try over the lunch break. It's very difficult for her to start communicating anyway. The moment she starts communicating, she starts crying. So I think it should be best that we remand the case till tomorrow, so she can just calm down over the evening.
I think that's the feeling of everyone. Yes.
Thank you, my lady.
That is so, my lady.
That is so, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pina?
Please, the court, my lady, I would venture to concur with the sentiments that would be advisable for the matter to be adjourned until tomorrow, for the witness to be able to endeavour to compose herself, to be able to continue with her testimony and her evidence and a cross-examination tomorrow, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Can the witness come back? Ms. Ngube? We can say that you are not well, you are not in a position to proceed at this stage, and we cannot force you to do so, given your state of mind.
Uthi umanje uyakhona ukuthi awukho esimeni esikahle okwamanje. So angeke akuphoqa ukuthi uqhubekele meme ekubona ukuthi akho right. Uyezwa sis? Uyezwa me? Understood.
Yes, and we do understand your situation as is, but just remember that now you are before this court and this matter will just come to an end.
Uthi-ke ujaji understand isimo sakho kodwa wazi-ke ukuthi njengoba phambi kwecourt kuzophela.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, these proceedings will be adjourned. You are therefore warned to be here tomorrow morning to proceed your evidence. Please think about this whole thing so that when you come, you shouldn't be breaking as you are now.
Ke kuzomiswa okwamanje kuqhubeke kusasa and then bayathemba ke ukuthi kusasa uzokwazi ukuqhubeka ngaphambi kokuthi uphihlike kanjena.
You understand?
Uzwile ma'am. Understood.
Yes, the witness can be warned.
Uzobuya ke ma'am kusasa ubufakazi bakho buyamiswa lana namhlanje. And from today until tomorrow, sasaphansi kwesifungo awukhulumi namuntu ngolokho kwenzeke lana ngithi sis.
Yeah.
Understood.
Thank you. On that note, the proceedings are adjourned to tomorrow morning, the 4th of August, 2022.
As a please.
Thank you very much.
Please the court.
We're indebted to
Please
the
the
court,
court, my
my
lady.
lady.